Hello everyone, welcome to S-Rank, the only home of video games. I definitely did not just immediately sat down and start pressing play here. So today's a Sunday. How we doing? It's a cold Sunday outside. You can actually see the window here. You can't really... the white balance, you get the exposure, you can't see outside, but there's snow outside. There's snow on the tree branches. There's snow everywhere. I don't feel like doing anything else. I did a lot of editing for the channel yesterday, and there's still more to do. But today, I wanted to take a break. Let's stream some Pokemon. So, David got me back into this. Retro achievement hunting and Pokemon. We did that gold stream the other day, last week, earlier this week, sometime this month. There was that Pokemon Gold stream. That was kind of just me getting back into it, just continuing, like, you know, the quote-unquote story, journey, whatever. I since then have gotten all 8 original badges in Johto, and have not touched further than that story-wise. There's still more to do, and I kind of want to grind up some of my Pokemon's levels. I just realized I'm getting a phone call. I believe she wants to battle. She already called and said, hey, do you want to battle? I guess I'll do that at some point. But today, for this stream, I wanted to focus on... can you tell? Can you guess? If you know this game, do you know? Do you know where I am? You know where I'm standing right now? We're in the Ruins of Elf, where one can catch a multitude of Unown, the Pokemon that looks like English letters. Roman letters? The English language uses these letters, and that's what these Pokemon also look like. Yeah, I have one of these, the letter K, that I caught so I can beat the first gym, because I had it caught with the Hidden Power type of Ice. Hidden Power is type and power, literal power, base power, move power, is derived from the Pokemon's IV values, the individual values, hidden stat stuff, and I got one that was Ice, so I could use it on the first gym, which was all Flying-type Pokemon, because of the level restriction stuff in this achievement set here. There's an achievement for getting all 26 of these Unowns, and I've seen many people be like, it unlocked early for me, or some people saying, it never unlocked for me at all, and I have all 26, so... I've made a save here now. In fact, you know, we're going to do it again. And we're going to document me getting all 26 of these. So in the case of something going awry, and I do not have the achievement for this, I have proof, and then I can get a manual unlock for this. I'm assuming it's not going to bug out like that. There is this scientist house here. I believe, if I read correctly on this map that I have, which I can, I got this awesome map here. This awesome map. Fantastic map. I used one of Blue when I did the achievements in Pokemon Blue, because it'll show, like, where all of the items are, and whatnot. Like, that's... It's great. It's great. I love this. And according to this here, for catching 3 distinct unknown forms, then we get to go inside this house and get a Pokédex upgrade, which will actually track them for us. That being said, I have a spreadsheet open to the side, and we're going to be tracking that as well. So there are... Let me click into here. There are 4 of these cave entrances, well, 4 of these chambers in here. If I walk inside here, this is the first one that you have access to, that you make you do a sliding block puzzle, whatever. And then you fall down into the actual chamber full of the unknown, which is in here, and then you can catch them. There are 4 of those block sliding puzzle rooms, and each of them unlock more unknown types. By doing the first one, I believe, according to strategywiki.org/wiki/Pokemon_gold_and_silver/ruins_of_elf, the first chamber unlocked the letters A through K, so I guess the one I ended up catching was the last in the obtainable alphabetical list? I don't know. Before we go on and unlock the rest of them, I wonder if it would be wise to knock out the ones that we can find here. It makes the most sense to me. And since all of these Pokemon are level 5, I brought some help. A Jigglypuff, which I caught at the beginning of the game, which helped me catch Pokemon earlier. This Jigglypuff, who has had a child. I did breed it with a Ditto to get Igglybuff. Does no Sing. It should be fast enough to outpace... I mean, speed of 12, actually. Oh, I wonder if the Unown might be faster. Should just Sing right away. And then I have... How many Ultra Balls? I just bought like 30 of them. I have 52 Ultra Balls. We should be good. You know what I mean? I should be good. On just catching these fools. So, I already saved, but I'm going to save again. I'm one of those over-savers. I don't know how many times when going through Blue, and probably in this game as well, it's like late at night, I'm like, I gotta go to bed, I have to get up early in the morning for work, I'm like watching a podcast while I kind of play, doing like grinding or whatever, and I'm like, cool, save, like, and then I'm like zoning out, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta go, and then I save again, like, it's just... There was one time where I saved 3 times in a row, and like in hindsight I realized I think I saved 3 times in a row. Inside this room here is nothing. There was initially... It's funny, whenever I drag this over to this window, it's like, y'all really want to look at the Union Cave there. They initially are people in here, but once you unlock that first chamber, these people disappear, and there is nothing in here. There is no reason to wander. When you fall through the holes of the other chamber rooms, this is one. Well, what I think really it is the Union Cave, which is down here. Right, normally through the story, you just end up over here. It has 2, getting Surf and Strength and all that, and Rock Smash. Ooh, do I need to put my Rock Smash Pokemon in my team? I think you come out of one of, like, this entrance here, and then that's the puzzle, and then I think maybe, you certainly have to come out of this one if you want to get over to there. So yeah, 3 more to do there, and then, yeah. Here is where you can catch Smeargle and Natu. I believe these are the only places you can catch those Pokemon, and that's a trainer. So, no reason to wander around aimlessly when we can just go back and forth up here. Hunting for Unown. I'm not going to drag my spreadsheet out on the screen. You can imagine a column of every letter, and then a column for me to say, got? Starting with the letter A. I feel like this is apt. Oh, you know what I just realized too? I don't think I left shit. I don't think I left the PC on a box that was empty for Unown. Which my letter K Unown is in there. He's level 20. Now if Jigglypuff was weaker, I would have it hit the guy. In fact, you know what? Because I want to know for sure. Pokemon Gold, let me Google this. Catch rate, catch calculator. There is this, I've shown this, this site here before when we did this stream. Let's do Unown level 5 at 100%. With an Ultra Ball, 33% chance? Really? If I drop this fool down to half health, okay, that becomes 66. Yeah, I guess I really do want to, excuse me, fight this thing. Can I use Pound and not kill it? Cool. Huh. Well, off to a start. Let me go ahead and, I thought there was a PC in here. It's annoying. Let me go back to the Pokemon Center, change that PC box to be the one that I am dumping Unown into. Just straight dumping knowns. Stupid. Let's see, does like Unown maybe have a higher special defense than regular defense? Yeah, I'm in box 2. That's where Jigglypuff was. Have it stored away in box 10. No. Its defense and special defense are both base 48. Special attack is 72. And attack is 72. And everything else is 48. It's all 48 and then 72 for attack and special attack. You know what? That makes sense because it only is ever able to know the move Hidden Power, at least in this game. And whether an attack is physical or special depends on its type. So having attack and special attack be balanced makes it less weird. And I have the TM for Hidden Power. We figure out what the IVs are for a Pokemon. We could figure out what its Pound is the only attack it knows. How much money do I have? Should I just buy a bunch of Pokeballs? At 30k. I got nothing. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired. Let's see. Back to 100. And what does Pokeball look like? Alright, so... That's crazy. A Pokeball on an Unown... Oh, wait, I never said it was asleep. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. An Unown at level 5, which they always are. 100% HP. That's asleep and using an Ultra Ball. 37.5% chance. A little lame. Regular Pokeball, 33.5. Well, 33.594. So round up, whatever. That's still kind of sucky. You know what I mean? Hey, Gratis already. That's actually pretty sucky. So I should just buy Pokeballs. I'm not gonna waste a whole chunk of expensive ass Ultra Balls. You know what I mean? When they cost, I don't know, how much more? A lot more? Yeah, let's buy 50 Pokeballs. Let's get on the bicycle. As a kid, I was always like, the time it takes when you pause to get on and off the bike before you can move, it's such a waste of time, I might as well just keep walking. That was my stupid rationale. Let's save again. We get to save again, yay! As a kid, I don't know if I ever caught all the Unowns. I definitely tried once. One playthrough of this game, I definitely tried. I don't know if it was in gold here or in silver. I think this is the letter C. Put it to sleep. $52 Pokeballs. Probably will have to buy more. Ow. Hit my Achilles heel on my chair leg thing. Ow. If there's 25 left to catch and I have 52 Pokeballs, there's a third catch rate, third of a, 1 out of 3 catch rate. Then I don't have enough if it is... I mean, this is our 4th Pokeball, so... Already broken. Oh, really? I'm glad I'm using... No, this was... I just used the third one. Okay, this is the fourth. Yeah. Glad we're not wasting the Ultra Balls on these for just 4% more. What I think happens is the scaling rate on the catch rate increases on the better Pokeballs. Like, let's see here. Let's see first if this catches. Okay, it didn't. Let's go back. No. In Windows. I wish there was an easy keystroke to be like, turn off snapping. Alright, so 37.5% chance here. If I bump this down to 50, this doubles or whatever to, let's just say 70%. As a Pokeball, no, that's crazy. There's a whole detailed report on how catching works in this game. Oh, but I never read that. I read it for Pokemon Red and Blue. No! And that game is, according to the report in that, more complicated than the rest of the series is. But that one was just like, HP is in thresholds. The Pokeball was like in chunks of third of HP. So it didn't matter how much farther down you go below 33% on the enemy's health bar. Pokeball's going to do what the Pokeball's going to do. But then also being asleep or frozen is like an insane buff. Here it's not that insane. But it is granular with the HP. Or at least more granular. I feel like, you know what? Restarting. Right? I've used... Let's restart. I mean, why not? Save some of these Pokeballs. Be a little bit smart with our money. Gina's nearby. You can go fight her. Alright, let's see what we're going to bump into. J. So, I was immediately given wrong information on what Pokemon... What unknown forms... No, I'm right. I'm wrong. J is before the letter K. Never mind. Carry on. J-J-K. That's right, that's right. Go to sleep. We can also go through my Great Balls, too. It doesn't really matter. Woke up. No. Didn't affect. Yeah, I used to think these guys counted as legendary Pokemon. Because of that movie. And how prominently featured they were. I might have to consider pulling out a weaker Pokemon, even still weaker than Jigglypuff, to do an attack on these guys while they're asleep. I might have to do that. Yeah, okay, let's restart again. We'll go back to the PC. Pull out I don't know, man. What do I got? I got like a Rattata or something that's cheap. That's Freudian slip there on how I view the Pokemon economy. That's low level. Jigglypuff will go first, obviously. Let's dump a guy. I saved the last box, box 14. It's a box for my dudes, my actual dudes. Sorry, Heracross. Heracross, awesome Pokemon in this game. Let's see. Sure, box 1 probably has some of my early Pokemon in it. Harris. No scratch with a lot of PP. And I believe it's holding a tiny mushroom, which I can take off of its body and sell. Let's swap Crobat down with Paras. What's the portmanteau or pun that forms Paris's name? A lot of Pokemon, their names are just a portmanteau. Okay. I'm gonna save in here this time. E, okay. Let's see how many hits a Unown can take. An Unown can take. I woke up. God damn it. Oh, okay. Oh, not very effective. Ooh. Oh, they can run away. This is one I don't need. Already out this one. Okay, I believe this is the letter F. It's weird how this one gets like feet, so to speak. Okay. I mean, this is gonna happen. As long as it doesn't run away. Okay, we can do one more. You know what? It's an 80% chance right now. I don't want Ultra Ball. It's a 70% chance right now. 70.752. Let's see. Oh, it's actually even higher. Yeah, it was an 85% chance. Okay. And if it was asleep, 89. Okay, so that was the letter F. Did I move the... I don't think I moved the box back. Let me just mark off that we got this one. Okay. Back to the store. Back to the store. Yeah, I'm in box 1. Okay, so let's deposit. Gonna have to do the whole ship thing. You know, that riddle or whatever. That puzzle with the wolf, the sheep, and the grain, and you gotta move them across a river, or whatever nonsense. It's a good sound. That's a really good sound. A really good sound. Caught Pokemon go to the top of a box's list. Deposited Pokemon go to the bottom of a Pokemon of the box's list. That was the case in Gen 1 as well. Which made it like, once you realize that, you're like, okay, I feel like that's smart. Okay, let's do this. Okay, the letter D. Don't have this one. I was gonna say, if at any point Hidden Power is super effective on Jigglypuff, we know that that thing has a fighting type of Hidden Power. I could have healed, replenished some PPs and HPs. 4 of each. We will have to do that at some point. Obviously, it'd be a bit of a ways to go back now. Alright, one more. This is good. Stay asleep. This one's being very cooperative. Good. Alright. 80% chance. 89% chance. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, that's D acquired. We love to D it. Haha. Now, I'm gonna step out, because I believe the scientist should be like, yo, what's up? That's a Pokédex, isn't it? May I see it? There are so many kinds of Pokemon. What's this? What is this Pokemon? It looks like the strange writing on the walls of the ruins. Those drawings are really Pokemon. There should be many more. I know. Let me upgrade your Pokédex. Follow me. Hey, it's playing the Professor Elm and slash Professor Oak music. Done. I modified your Pokédex. I added an optional Pokédex to store unknown data. It records them in a sequence that they were caught. In the sequence that they were caught? Store them alphabetically. The unknown you catch will all be recorded. Check to see how many kinds exist. Right, I remember this. Yeah. It goes around the box there. That's right. That's what made it such a pain in the ass to track back in the day. Let's read the bottom. Keep. Bond. Find. Keep. Find. Direct. Sorry, I don't know if it's any more difficult for anyone else here to read these, but neat. What else do you have to say? Well, there's one kind of Pokemon, many different versions of it. I think this is a printer, because you can hook up your, if you bought the Game Boy printer, which I would love to own one of those, because I've never seen one in person, you can, thermal print stuff. Like, I have, Link's Awakening, DX for the Game Boy Color. And like you could take photos. There were photo moments in that game, I should say, and you could print those out. And I was always confused what that meant as a child. And yeah, you can print out your Pokédex, Pokemon, or you can print out an entire box of Pokemon on your PC. And they were optional sticker paper, or was it all sticker paper? I mean, I don't know. I've never had one. But it'd be cool. Wonder how much they cost. I go on eBay right now. I will do that. I was on eBay this morning, foolishly looking up something. What I was looking up. Game Boy printer. Okay, this complete. Oh, this Japanese Game Boy printer and Game Boy camera and a link cable. They want $130 plus, obviously, you know, a decent amount for shipping. This person's selling just paper. Oh, that's right. There was a Pikachu version of the Game Boy printer. $150. Yikes. This is an American one, complete in box. $120. Here's what this looked like. So those were the rolls of the paper. And yeah, it had to be link cabled to the device, right? Why am I seeing... Is this a special three-way link cable? The one is like this here, not the same as these two. That goes into there. Oh, right, and yeah, and they would have to have sold more paper, and so they would have... Wow. Huh. He's got his little video. Power button. Power switch, rather. A feed button. Interesting. Yeah, I never really had a, Yeah, okay. He's got a Game Boy Pocket, too. I don't have a Game Boy Pocket. I want one of those as well. Okay, plug for it. Box is in good condition. 6 AA batteries. Hey, all those batteries you saved by buying a Game Boy instead of a Game Gear, put them to use here. Huh. That is the actual Game Boy link cable plug. For 2 printers at once? I don't understand. Whoa, did it say Kmart? It's Kmart, $10. Devin, I used to work at a Kmart over a decade ago. Refill your Game Boy printer with official Nintendo Game Boy printer paper. This package contains 3 rolls of special adhesive-backed paper. Oh, they're like slightly colored. Okay, they specifically kind of talk about it in tandem with the Game Boy camera. Huh. Oh, interesting. Back of the device has the... Well, no. What's the... They have a photo of the back again? Yeah. Oh, that's strange. Huh. Yeah. I want stuff. Stuff costs money, though. You know what I mean? Stuff costs money. Ooh. Swap back over to Jigglypuff. Put him back to sleep. I mean, through an emulator here, we could hook up a virtual Game Boy printer and, like, print it to JPEGs or whatever, right? Not the same, obviously. Yeah, I have. Talked about my Game Boy Color before, but I have an original gross, I need to clean this thing. Original Game Boy. This top, this just pops off, so I need to add more adhesive to keep it on. Just comes straight off. It works though, which is on the top. Yeah, it's got a thing just being like, hey, put a game inside. And I like that this has a little cover blocking the link. But then the one I actually got as a kid was a Game Boy Color with this game in it. With it. Love playing on this. This original Game Boy, if just like way too big feeling, it's weird. And I never owned a Pocket, and obviously in Japan they had the Game Boy Light, which was not available here, right? I would love to start collecting video game hardware again. See, now I'm going on to eBay. And the problem is the pandemic was terrible for a lot of things, obviously. But it also made video game collecting just go up in price. Well, okay. Around the $50 to $70 range for working Game Boy Pockets. Yeah. Man. Ooh. Hold on. Hold the phone. Oh, man. $130. Or best offer. Which offer maybe $120. A red, beautiful red Game Boy Pocket with a copy of Pokemon Red. I don't have red. I don't have red. Oh, they go so well together. I bet Nintendo when they're like, yeah, make sure the Game Boy cartridges, red and blue, match the colors of the red and blue. Ah. I would make an offer right now, but I really, really, really should not be spending money like that. But that would be fantastic. I'm gonna add it to my watch list. The new listing. I gotta play the game. I gotta play the game. Keep fantasizing about buying things I should not be spending money on. I've never owned red. I've never beheld red with my eyes. I have blue, obviously. David has yellow. I never even played yellow. I used to have silver as a little kid, and I threw away that game like a dumbass. Story's not even interesting. Alright, let's catch this letter C. Fuck. Like, that's such a good... And what did they want for shipping? What did they want for shipping? They wanted $10 for shipping. Okay, so then, you know, be like, hey, best offer, $120. And then it's as if you got it for free shipping with that $130. Damn. Oh, this one didn't work. There is a 10% chance. Yeah. Alright. Was the letter C. But yeah, Game Boy collecting. I was actually surprised to see that price. I wonder if some stuff is going down in price, because I mean it has been 6 years since like the boom rush of video game collecting due to COVID. For like everyone and their mother was like, my nostalgia has purpose again because I have nothing to do because I'm stuck inside. Sure, I'll buy a Game Boy. Maybe that's gone back down. I don't know. Okay, the letter I. Put this boy to sleep. I don't know why I'm looking over at this image. It's not like I can, like, afford this right now. I mean, I could, but not like I should. I also want all of the Game Boy Color colors as well. Okay. Hop over to Paris. Never had the Game Boy camera either. I have a Game Boy Link cable, and I have I don't think an official Game Boy Color Link cable. There's also the Worm Lights. Were any of those official? I have a Worm Light, but it's a third-party one that also has a pass-through, so you can then plug a Link cable into it. I think they came bundled together. It was probably given to me as a gift because of the Worm Light. I was like, oh yeah, and if you have a friend. But I lived in the middle of nowhere. Didn't have neighbors. Oops, I don't want to give a nickname to the letter I. So stupid, but should have named it me. That's me. I am I. Okay, I believe this is the letter G. I believe that's what this one is supposed to be. This was always, there's like a couple of these unknown types. What am I doing? That like, I would get a little bit confused of. Like what they are supposed to mean. Because, like, I don't see the letter G at all. All right. Oh, he woke up. Back over to Jigglypuff, and this one did 2 damage, not 1, so it is a little bit stronger in whatever stat the type is associated with. We're gonna have to go back to the Pokemon Center. So I'm also almost out of sings too. But yeah, I never mentioned this at the start of the stream here, but once again, if you're seeing this in a vertical cropped, slightly too narrow form, you're on the shorts feed, I guess, on YouTube. You can see the actual full stream by going to the channel itself, and you can subscribe there while you're at it. Alright, please don't wake up. I just need to do 2 more hits on you. Get that 89 point whatever % catch rate. Mark you down. Go. Damn it. Well, we're gonna have to just catch him with him dead, essentially. Poor Paris. I believe I caught that thing in Ilex Forest. Right? Go to sleep. Wonder what Sing's success rate is. Alright. This should still be decent. There we go. This was the letter G, so I have so far C, D, F, G, I, K. We're still looking for A, B, E, H, and J before we move on and unlock another set of these. Dude, I'm just now remembering too, we could have flown to Violet City. I didn't necessarily need to walk back and forth. I mean, we'll have to walk back to the ruins, but did Heart Gold and Soul Silver let you fly to the ruins? Am I remembering that? It's been so long since I played those remakes. Remakes that, like, were fantastic at the time. But in 2026 here, looking back, because I watched a speedrun of it recently from AGDQ and whatnot, realizing, oh, no, not that good. I don't like a lot of the updated changes, but of course, you know, the modernization back in 2010, 16 years ago on the DS in Generation 4, feels almost more outdated than the simplicity of this game, if that makes sense. That was my big thing when I went back to Blue last year for getting all the retro achievements. which literally got the last one on New Year's Eve. Was like, there is such a, I realize there's such a simplicity to Generation 1 Pokemon specifically that you just don't get anymore. And it's not like things got more complicated to the point of being annoying or dumb, but there's just a straightforwardness to the originals. Like, yes, you're like, okay, there's only like 3 or 4 electric type attacks, and then Voltorb doesn't learn any of them. You know, there's stuff like that where, you know, there's that smaller scaleness to everything, but the whole design of the world and what Pokemon are where is much more of a... You see the Dragon Questian style RPG in that game. In, like, the enemy encounters being trainers, what they might consider like a boss. Like, oh, this guy has a Pokemon. You were seeing this for the first time with this guy here. You know what I mean? This is a, like, you can see the design in it more, where it's easy to just forget all that stuff 30 years or whatever later. And thinking about, like, modern games and just, like, you're thinking in terms of, like, what Pokemon run what route and then blah, blah, blah. And you're forgetting that, like, first impressions on, like, you know, all that stuff. I don't know. And this game, obviously, this is a sequel. This is Pokemon 2, right? Fantastic in its own right, and adds just enough to the core experience to feel like an earnest sequel improvement. That's a critical. We're not going to stretch again. Feels like an earnest sequel, an improvement, in all the additions that they do, all the changes that they do. It feels like a true evolution. I would argue a jump that we haven't had in Pokemon since. You know, I could easily be convinced otherwise, but in terms of the content, especially in this game. But still contains so much of that simplicity to it. A little bit refined. But nothing that seems not what Pokemon was. And I'm not one of those people that doesn't like the modern games or anything like that. Although I have not played Scarlet and Violet. I have not played Arceus. I did not finish Sword and Shield's DLC, and so then I have been waiting to... I'm not buying any of the new ones until then. Well, at least I'm not playing any of the new ones until then. Because I do have Arceus, and I do have... Brilliant Diamond? Diamond and Pearl were okay. So, okay, we caught H just there. We do not have E. We do not have E, so we're going for E here. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I know there's a lot of Pokemon fans that were children in the DS era of Nintendo. And grew up playing Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. And the remakes of this game. And they swear by, like, those generation of Pokemon and that game's world, you know, Sinnoh. I don't know. I still liked Diamond and Pearl. I liked a lot of the legendary Pokemon in it. It, for me, was like, I'm seeing a lot of Pokemon designs that... Generation 3 had Pokemon designs that felt... Oh, it ran away? Seriously? Let me rewind the clock here. You know, they released Red and Blue, or Red and Green in Japan, and then Blue, and then Yellow in Japan, and then we finally get Red and Blue here in the States. So that's the entirety of Gen 1. We already have I, that's why I'm running. 151 Pokemon, but they designed way more than that. I would say, if I remember correctly, 39 of the Pokemon from Gold and Silver were also designed with that initial Gen 1 batch. Pokemon like Ho-Oh and Lugia were in that group. And there are even more Pokemon that got scrapped. There are, you know, a lot of the 2-stage evolutions of Pokemon were initially designed as 3 stages. Raichu had an evolution named Goraichu. Growlithe evolved into something else, which evolved into Arcanine. Stuff like that. They had to cut them all for space. We don't have the letter A, so we're going for the letter A here. And the same thing happened with Gen 2. But, you know, setting that aside, the 151 and then the extra 100 in gold and silver, there's a cohesiveness to all of them where they all look and feel like they come from the same world. There is such a, like, I don't want to say synergy, that sounds stupid here, but they all feel like they are from the same batch, right? Generation 3, a lot of great designs. Not a great balance on Pokemon types. There's way too many water-type Pokemon. That review of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire is too generous. The infamous too much water, which she did not write those words. Those were crafted onto her review by the editor. She did not write that, but that in and of itself I feel like is too generous. I did not care for the remakes of Omega Ruby that I played. And the whole, there's just way too many water-type Pokemon that they added, and there's 2 fire-type lines. One doesn't even evolve. And that's it. Lame. And a lot of the designs in that game are awesome. I love them. But they look noticeably different. They seem cut from a different cloth, a different design style than the 120, 151 that come prior to it. Not a bad thing, but it's a noticeable thing. You can tell. Something like Cacturn looks a little bit more designed and a little bit more, I don't want to say attitude, but like, it's a really tough to explain, but there is a certain like essence or energy you can see in the designs of early Pokemon, even like the weird ones like a Mr. Mime or a Jinx. They seem like they are coming from a place where the angle is, we want to design Pokemon based on these weird yokai style or you know, whatever. And we're approaching them from this angle, but the approach to similar ideas, you know, of out there style Pokemon are approached from a different angle in Generation 3, and I would argue the same thing in Generation 4. It's even different there. You know, there are Pokemon that are simple. There are plenty of simple-ass birds, right? Generation 3 has a couple simple-ass birds that seem like, okay, fine. They work, right? But not all the Pokemon gel, exactly. And then you get to, by the time you get to Generation 5, they're so different. That's the most Pokemon in a generation. To my knowledge, I do not know how many Pokemon they added in Scarlet and Violet off the top of my head. I suspect it's not as many as Black and White. But you get to Gen 5 and, man, there are designs I like. I like the electric tarantula. I like the weird steel grass seed pod thing. I don't think I like any of the legendary Pokemon, which is a big shame because for me, one of the only real strengths of Generation 4 was the legendary Pokemon designs. I think, for the most part, all were good. Did not care for the box legendaries, ironically enough. Generation 5 all misses on legendaries. But a lot of the designs were out there in and of themselves. You know, people joke about the garbage can and the ice cream cone. I think they're fine. In hindsight, you know, being what that was 2011. It was a month before the 3DS launched in America. Yeah, 2011. So we're what, 15 years later. It's easy in hindsight to be like, oh, the garbage bag Pokemon's cute. You know what I mean? You see him in a Pokemon card, you know, being fed trash by a scientist. And it's like, oh, that's cute. But at the time, it was like, man, these guys suck. And they fell off. It literally, it feels so much like the quantity of Pokemon went up and the quality went down in that generation. And then a generation later, in X and Y on the 3DS, the least amount of new Pokemon in a generation, quality is way higher. They're pretty much all bangers. Pretty much all cool Pokemon ideas. There's like a couple that I could do without, but like, whatever. 3 more unknown here to get before we unlock the next, before I unlock the next group of them. B, E, because remember that ran away, and J. E, E, J. B, J, as they might say. Sun and Moon had a lot of misses, but I loved the legendary Pokemon in that, and I loved... Here's E, which I need. I loved the Ultra Beast concept a lot. A lot. And I loved the Alolan form stuff. I like the regional forms ideas. I think that's such a clever way of doing the nostalgic, like, hey, this Pokemon, you remember Muck? Grimer? Well, now they look like a whole bunch of oil, like an oil spill. You know, the coloration. Yeah, you know, it's neat. It's a neater way than being like, we've now their Magneton now evolves into this stupid thing instead, and that's all that you'll remember when you go and you play this game and you're like, oh man, I love Magneton. Like, yeah, well, that's a mid-evolution now. It evolves again, but not in this game. It's like, not a fan of a lot of the evolutions that they discovered, quote unquote, in Gen 4. I think a lot of them are lame. Mega, stupid. Mamoswine, stupid. God, Magmar and Electabuzz evolves in those games, and they're just lame. Electrovere, stupid. And I say all that, but I also love Sirfetch'd from Sword and Shield, and I like the later evolutions that they gave, that they discovered, so so to speak, in like the Switch era. I think Annihilate is an awesome idea. I think it's fantastic. I just found that the Generation 4 one's a little bit lazy. And I love Mega Evolved Pokemon. I think they're great. Every Pokemon game from the 3DS onwards needs to have a gimmick in it. Whatever. Z moves in Sun and Moon were stupid. Oh wow, okay, so super effective on grass and bug. Whatever is super effective against a grass bug Pokemon. Which could be ice. Could be fire. I guess those might be the only two. Oops. Oh. Alright, that was the letter E. Okay, we're just looking for B and J. Oh, funny. Let's go ahead and save. Do I need to, go back to the Pokemon Center? I was yapping a lot. Do I need to... Yeah, I probably should. You don't know Fly. I think it's, a little funny that Zubat and Golbat can't learn Fly. I had to have another Pokemon in my team. Well, I had to drag another Pokemon out of the PC whenever I wanted to fly. Till I evolved him into Crobat. Alright. Alright, 2 more to get. Letter I, we run. There will probably be another stream, a similar style stream, at some point. I guess it could be soon. I'm at the point where I could do it now. I need to catch Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Is that their order in the Pokédex? Actually curious. I need to catch those Pokemon for both the Pokédex and a retro achievement specific to them. Let's see. Yeah, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. That's their actual order in the Pokédex. Is this supposed to actually say something here on the wall? O C W, or is that a V? A L H. I think it's just they just put the characters on the screen. I already have this one. See, that one looks more like the letter E, like a lowercase e, than it does a C to me. Here's our B. When I see this thing, I think of those desktop waterbird motion machines that just do this over and over again. That's what I see. And I get it, that's what like Porygon 2 kind of sort of looks like. I don't know if that was intended or not. Alright. Hey, it was bound to happen. Not very effective. He doesn't need to be asleep. The catch rate is still like 80% or something. With him being in the red, like, where he is. I mean, the catch rate I wrote 5%. I feel like that's 5%. I'm sure this will work. There we go. 10 different unknown types. That's a B here. Now we just have to find letter J. That also means that PC box is halfway full. We already got A. I need the letter J. That's what we need to see. What's up in chat? How's it going? We are hunting letters. One by one until the whole alphabet soup is caught. I already have D. Need the letter J. Come on, J. Nope. Because once we get J, then we'll move on to the next block puzzle room to unlock LMNOPQR. So, most of the rest of the alphabet. Kind of interesting. Literally, just the last one just unlocks X, Y, and Z. And I think I said this last time. Did Pokemon? Already have K. In the third generation game, so I guess just Ruby and Sapphire being the initial spark of Generation 3 for Pokemon, they did add a question mark and an exclamation point unknown. But they were only in the data. you know, and then they did that all the time. We're like, yep, this is in the data because we'll either introduce them in a later game that'll be compatible to trade with or battle with, or we'll do an event and you can just get it if you bring your Game Boy Advance to Toys R Us or whatever. But they never, ever did that for those two Unown forms. And Unown itself wasn't even in Ruby and Sapphire. You had to do the stupid extra islands stuff they added in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Which is really, really disappointing to remember that they make you go to those like post-game islands in those remakes in the main story itself, in the main game path. Like, you can't just pretend none of that shit exists and just focus on the pure core red and blue experience. Whatever. Yeah, and that's right. And like each of the Sevi islands, there's 7 of them, Sevi. Each of them have their own cave with like a handful of Unown designs? Am I remembering correctly? I'm forgetting, because then like Diamond and Pearl also had Unown somewhere. Gen 4. I don't remember how they handle this. Oh, there's Jay! We hate Jay. Alright. Oh, didn't work. Oh, and it ran away. It does remind me I should save. Yeah, I was at the perfect age to get into Pokemon. The cartoon was always on TV as soon as I got home from school as an elementary student, and went whole hog into the series. And still to this day, it surprises me how well the actual video games themselves retain their value. Despite being like the best-selling games on practically every single Nintendo machine, like indicating that there are more copies of them physically existing than other games, they're still worth way more. Like, I was just looking at right here. Now, granted, this is 2 items in one. But on eBay here, a copy of Pokemon Red, which I don't own. I own Blue. And a red Game Boy Pocket. I was searching for Game Boy Pockets and saw this. They want $130 US. Take like $50 off of that, and that's the value of Red right there. You know what I mean? Like, about $50 for just the Game Boy itself. That's a really high price for just the loose cartridge. I should double check to make sure they didn't show my address. It didn't. As I am logged into to eBay here. Well, no, it didn't. Okay. Well, that's a little bit different. Zelda was and granted. So here's the thing, and this is true for the Pokemon experience. When you look at values, hey, here's Jay again, we're going to catch this one, for old NES games, the rarest games, at one point in time, I would say in the mid-2000s, because that was around the time where I was starting to like really listen up to video game podcasts and pay attention to forums and whatnot. That was... maybe not the exact start, but that was in the really big boom of NES collecting. Atari collecting for 2600. No one really cares about the 52 or 78. Had already kind of started, but like NES collecting was in a boom right then. There were people were just spending money, right? And the things worth the most money were the games that were the rarest. So that track and field game where there's like, I don't know, maybe 1,200? 120? I forget how low the number, because they did like one small shipment and be like, this actually sucks. Stop making this. or like that Flintstones game for the NES, like those were huge value listings. Those are no longer the highest market NES titles. They're still rare and therefore still expensive, but they're not the ones breaking the gigantic milestone records you see in the news every now and then. The ones that are Mario 3, game that sold millions. And it's the reason is because no one gives a shit about, sorry if you're older, no one gives a shit about the Flintstones, let alone a Flintstones video game. No one gives a shit about that track and field game. People fucking love Mario. A perfect Mario 3 sealed is worth way more to a human being, personally, you know what I mean, than a shitty game that is only worth money because it's rare, right? It itself does not have value to the people playing those games. And that is the state we're in, and especially since COVID really got people to face their mortality and look back upon their nostalgia as they're trapped in their homes. Collecting went up. I remember going to used game shops, and dudes that don't look like they're into video games in their lives, which is, hey, totally fine, going up and asking for Tony Hawk for the PS1 because they played it as a kid. You know what I mean? Because that's what they want, you know? Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1, 2, or 3, or... yeah, 4 was on the PS1. 3 was a cross-gen game. The PS2 version of 3 had rounder rounds. I remember that. Not the rarest PS1 games, but it was the one that meant something to that person, right? And so the same thing for retro collecting of value is people do want Zelda 1, right? The gold-plated nature, gold coloration, I should say, nature of that cartridge means kind of shit to the value as a collector, because there is no gray cartridge of Zelda 1. There is a green cartridge of Zelda 1 in Japan, because that was a disk system game in Japan, but then late in the NES life, they did port it to... they did take the American version and then bring it back over to Japan as an actual Famicom cartridge. But, other than that, I mean, like, it's similar. Yeah, you can't buy a gray Pokemon Red or Pokemon Blue cartridge. I mean, I have... you know, Japan's Pokemon releases were gray for Generation 1. They did not have the red cartridge. But you know what I mean? Like, it being red isn't an added value. It being red was something that you as a kid was like, oh fuck, it's a red Game Boy game. That's insane. All these games are gray. Well, yeah, and then when the Game Boy Color came out, there were black Game Boy cartridges because to signify that they had color modes if you put them in the Game Boy Color. My Paris is dead, so I can't use Scratch. If I use Pound, I'll just kill it. So I guess we're just giving it a shot. I guess we're just throwing Pokeballs. But yeah, the big like 6-digit auction sales on NES games are Mario 3, Zelda 1. On the Nintendo 64, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time released. Love that video game. One of my favorites. It is my second favorite game of all time. Initially came in gold, and then very quickly they swapped to gray. I have 2 copies of that game. I have 3 copies of that game. One of them's in Japanese. Actually, you can see in the camera there, right where I'm pointing, that is a complete in box, pretty nicely kept box, Japanese copy of Ocarina of Time. But then my 2 American copies are just loose cartridges, because as Americans we just destroyed all of our cardboard boxes. This Japanese copy was $15 plus shipping back in 2014 or whenever I bought it. Anyway, yeah, Ocarina of Time was a gold cartridge initially because I don't know if it was it had to have been a Nintendo of America employee, but maybe this was translated and it was a Japanese employee. No, it would have had to have been American, or at least Western, because Zelda was gold on the NES, obviously in Europe as well. Because of that nostalgic factor, someone asked, "Oh, is Ocarina of Time going to be on a gold cartridge?" And the PR person or whatever for Nintendo that answered the question thought that they had asked, "Has the game gone gold?" Which in industry terms means, hey, the game is as done as it's going to be. We are ready to take the game and print it onto ROMs. Put them on cartridges. Like, it has gone gold, meaning that this is it. We are taking this and putting this on the shelves. That's what they thought. So they said, of course it gets gold. Just said, of course. Obviously. We're doing a press event for it. Like, it's out in a couple months. And then because he basically said, yes, it's going to be a gold cartridge, they had to do gold. I don't have one of those. But then for Majora's Mask, which is in that stack there somewhere, it is a gold cartridge, gold coloration. And the sticker is a, is lithograph the word? No, that's more like an X-ray thing. It's that weird, like, parallax. You tilt your head left and right, and the image is shifting. That's what the sticker is. They would later print Majora's Mask in gray cartridges, but like those are rarer, and I want those. I want one of those. But yeah, Nintendo 64. Love that machine. I have 2 of them in this room, and I caught the letter J. We caught the letter J. Okay. Caught the letter J. We have caught all of the unknown that we can catch right now. However, why don't we go ahead and unlock more? He just double checked which one of these rooms I want to go to. The southwest puzzle. Oh. Yeah, because southeast, that's the easy one to go to. Whatever. Let's do southeast. It's closer. All right. Very simple here. We go up to this panel here, and it's a block puzzle. Now, have the picture in front of me. This is of the Pokemon Aerodactyl. Really glad that these aren't sliding block puzzles, because as a kid, I would never have been able to accomplish one of those. They put one of those in Wind Waker, another Zelda game for the GameCube, and like I spent hours of my life trying to solve that sliding block puzzle thing. And you actually needed to do that, I think. Alright. By unlocking that, now the unknown forms of S, T, U, V, and W are active. So, between L and R we don't have. Here's J again. Oh, I should leave and go heal Paris. Oops. Yeah, let's get out of here first. But there is... what is that? 5 more? Yeah, 5 more to catch. No, the whole game is not about going through the letters. There is one type of Pokemon in this game. Since when is unknown spelled unknown? When the Pokemon wanted to call it that. What's up, Devin? We're getting a call from Gina. This will be the 3rd time she's asked me to battle. I'll probably go and do that. She's nearby. You can get some easy money that way. Hustling on these children. Now, this is like a side quest, so to speak. And in fact, I would say such a side quest that you don't really even get a reward for doing it. For getting all of the versions of Unown. You unlock the ability to connect the Game Boy printer to your Game Boy Color to print out the pictures of the Unown. That is your reward. But there's a retro achievement for it, so... Getting on my bike. Ladies love my bicycle. And my fancy tunes that play when I'm on my bike. They let me ride it indoors. Yeah, I was looking at an eBay listing of the printer at the beginning of the stream. Would love to get one of those. Oh yeah, do I still have... No, I closed it. Devin, you would have missed it. This eBay listing for the Game Boy printer. Devin is right. Like, of course, if I asked my mom, "Hey, can I get a Game Boy printer?" she probably would have smacked me. She probably would have thought that was an insult. She never hit me. That's not what our relationship was. But like, that was just like, really? What would you use this for? Like, I don't know. But looked at an eBay listing of the Game Boy printer with they were also selling you could buy the paper for it, right? Obviously, if you ran out of paper. And Devin, you'll be happy to hear that this box of paper, 3 rolls, was $10, and I know that because there was a Kmart sticker on it. Yeah, oh yeah. Devin and David don't know about the 3DO. That will change. This month, in 2 weeks, on the 16th, all goes to plan, Devin and David will be very well acquainted with the 3DO. Yeah, I don't think, well, because David never got back to me saying, is this cool, is this what we want to do for the 16th there. But assuming that is the case, I have set aside maybe 12 titles for the 3DO, and the idea is that 3 of us will each get 4 games, and then we are kind of just quick fire going through them. Maybe 20 minutes at, you know... There's like 240 games for the 3DO, last I checked. Alright, this is the letter S. Oh yeah. Well, a lot of them were also only in Japan. Not a lot of them. Some of them were also only in Japan, which is so weird, because it's a non-Japanese machine. Like... One of the titles that I have on here is I think it might be a port from a Super Nintendo game. Or this is just another one of these in general, but a Sailor Moon fighting game. Which has retro achievements, and the emulator core is not perfect enough, I guess, to get all of those achievements. No one has them, and people are complaining. But yes, there's a lot of very, very, very... ugly Panasonic 3DO games, and I really wanted to make sure that these 12 titles that I picked are really showing off what the 3DO was, and not just being like, these are the good ones that are like normal games, you know what I mean? Because otherwise, why bother? So yeah, there are games like Myst and Seventh Guest and whatnot, Doom, that have ports on the 3DO. You know, like that's... Sure, Myst is going to be good enough, regardless of what you play it on. I mean, if they put it on... Was there a Sega CD version of Myst? That would have been interesting. That would have been interesting. If there was a Sega CD version of Myst. I can see that being like, whoa, my Genesis does, or Mega Drive if you're not cool. Put it in Fortnite. Yeah, there you go. Myst is in Fortnite. You know what? Because if you pay attention to Fortnite, which I don't really, but video game news outlets will report on like major Fortnite stuff. A lot of the big collaborations nowadays, if it's not like a K-pop Demon Hunters, because that's what the kids are all into, like little kids, it's like The Simpsons, and it's like Steve Carell from The Office, and it's stuff where it's like, well, kids aren't into this. Kids don't know about the fucking Simpsons. Are you kidding me? As a kid myself, I did not know about The Simpsons. They were not cool. But it was all in there because the people who have money to buy all of that shit that are playing Fortnite are older. Why do you think there's so many fucking Gen X movie stuff? Because that generation has more money than the generation that came after. So you're able to see a shitty-looking He-Man's movie and be like, yep, this is great. Shit, what letter was this? This was S, right? Okay. I think the same thing is happening with Fortnite, so I say that being like, you know what? A special game mode, small Fortnite island is the Myst Island. Cool. Whatever. The 3D rendering software that they used back in the day to make the environments in Myst. And if you don't remember, Myst used HyperCard. Myst is like Doom in the sense that both Myst and Doom were crazy 3D impressive looking video games in different ways, but crazy impressive looking 3D video games on PCs that were able to run on machines that were so lower powered than what you would expect to be able to run on, due to different reasons. For Doom, it was John Carmack just shaved that engine down to the most efficient thing possible. And in Myst's case, you weren't walking around a 3D world. It was all pictures. Myst was 3D in the sense that they rendered the entire environment in 3D, and then taking screenshots is reductive, but that's what they did. And there was moving elements and whatnot. They were like GIFs. And though they built that game in HyperCard, which, for those that don't know, if you know what a hyperlink is on the internet, you click a link and it takes you to a new web page. Well, the hyper part of that is the fact that those two web pages are not sequentially nested together on the internet. It wasn't like if you go onto your Windows PC right now, and I want you to go to File Explorer there, and I want you to open up a folder, and I want you to put a folder in that folder, and then go in that folder and put a folder in that folder, and think about that as what the internet was before hyperlinks. In order to get to that third most inner folder, you would have had to have drilled down through those folders to get there. A hyperlink is like, no, folder 1 connects to folder 3. You can just do that. That's what a hyperlink is on the internet. HyperCard is that idea of like, cool, you can click something on the screen here and it will take you to a page, so to speak, an image, that isn't nested sequentially. So think of like a Rolodex, of contact information. And that's like the entire stack of recipes, right? Let's say you had a recipe book. They're all in sequence. Obviously, it's a book, but you can jump from page 1 to page 15 with HyperCard. And so Myst was built on HyperCard. So you would click on, a place farther down the path on your screen, and it would take you there. Oh, there's 3 branches here. I click the left branch. You always go left. Whatever, you know what I mean? And then that's not in sequence, but it doesn't matter. That's what HyperCard's whole shtick was. And so, yeah, a crazy impressive 3D world that was able to run on then-era potato PCs. Paris is dead. Where you gotta go back and heal. Because it was basically just game about pictures. And then Riven, the sequel to Myst, that is its full title, made by the same developers, is the same thing. And then Myst 3 Exile, not made by the same people, made by a company that made Myst knockoffs that the publisher hired on to make Myst 3 because the original creators left after Riven, sequel to Myst. I believe that game was... I never touched that one. Was that one Walk Around 3D? Then there was Uru. U-R-U. That was a Myst world. They put Myst and Riven, the sequel to Myst, on the original PlayStation back in the day, and those versions have been dumped onto the PlayStation Store and have trophies, and I think it would be really funny to play PS1 Myst and PS1 Riven. I didn't say Guru, it's just U-R-U, Uru. So your joke is even better if you get rid of the G's. Maybe they were trendsetters there. Yeah, Myst is a cool game. Myst is also one of those games where it's like your knowledge as a player changes. Like as you go through and finish the game, you're like, oh, I just know things I can't forget. Therefore, I cannot experience this the same way. You can beat that game from the very beginning if you know to throw the red book in the fireplace? Is that what it is? Because the dude's two sons, they're both princes, they're in different books, and one of them is evil, and if you just smoke that motherfucker, then the game is over. You're like, cool, you win. The Myst is a good movie. I've never heard of The Myst. All my homies spell Myst with a Y. We already have all the letters A through K. And we also have S. And what did I say we just unlocked? S through W? Yeah. So I'm looking for TUVW. I already have the letter E. All right. Oh, interesting. I know famously they obviously changed the portrayal of what's his name, the guy Jack Nicholson plays in The Shining, Stephen King's novelization. That makes it seem as if it was a movie first. You get the point. The book had a much more sympathetic view of the character than what's his name's film adaptation, which I think is the more correct approach. He should not be sympathetic. Here's your F for failure. That says spot on the wall there. S-P-O-T. No, that's an I. It says spit. The spit on that thing. Oh yeah, now that we've caught a lot of Unown, it was I forgot that the Unown portion of the Pokédex sorts them like this. This is such a it unlocks a core memory of me being like, all right, which ones do I have? Do I have A? And I would cycle through them all and then not see it and be like, I guess I don't have it. And then later cycling through it, I would see it and be like, no, I do have it. You know. Another reminder for folks at home watching this, because we have a good amount of viewers right now. If you're seeing this stream as a cropped, vertical, you don't even see the entire game itself. It's cut off on the right side there. The captions at the top are cut off on the right side there and a little bit on the left. You are in the shorts view. You go to the actual channel, and you can subscribe to S-Rank while you're there. You get to see me, I guess, and the entire game. And this pretty nice gigantic Game Boy Color, which I got off of Adobe Stocks, stock assets. Which this is a 3D render, this Game Boy Color. You can tell in the very top left and right corners of the purple there, you can see the polygon edges. Letter T. Alright. Sing this buddy to sleep. Wait. I might have already caught this one. Whatever. Or did he kill Paris? Talking so much, I'm not paying attention as much. And I still have this tab open, and I really needed to delete this tab. But, like, I kind of want to buy this. $130, though. But, like, I don't have Red or a Game Boy Pocket, and they match. I should just close that tab and forget it exists. Get the printer? I wouldn't use the printer. I wouldn't use... And they wanted more than $130. Because they had the boxes and all that. I still have my Game Boy Color, which I got for Christmas in 2000 along with this game. And then, a decade or more ago on eBay, actually it was about on eBay, I did buy my my classic original Game Boy here. Big chunky thing, takes 4 AA batteries. This plate just falls right off. The adhesive is not sticky anymore. I gotta re-adhere this plate back on. This thing, I will never forget this. I did spend like $60 on this. It was something, I could probably look it up on my eBay history. I bought this a decade ago for a reasonable price. I think actually at the time it still had AA batteries in there that were... Yeah. It's not going to show up on camera, but you can see in the bottom, just like down in here where my finger is, you can see like battery acid buildup from the batteries that they left in there. Stupid. Anyway, I bought it off eBay back then. Being like, cool, it's in decent shape. I did not know about the plate falling off. Has the battery door cover. That is a gigantic bonus, believe it or not. Dude shipped it. I even have one of these around. I was eating some recently. Dude shipped it in a Cheez-It box. A box that would have Cheez-Its in it. Does not have the Cheez-Its in it. They put packing peanuts in the Cheez-It box, the thin cardboard Cheez-It box. Put the Game Boy in there. I don't even think they duct taped it. I think they just used... And they would have used packing tape. There's no way in hell they would have used just like Scotch tape. But yeah, I get that in the mail. I left a negative review. I'm like, why the fuck would you ship this in a Cheez-It box? I get it. Like, if you don't have no one wants to buy cardboard boxes. I get it. You go to the U.S. Post Office, you can get them for free. I think, or well, at least they come with it if you're buying priority shipping at the very least. But I'm pretty sure you can also just grab a box and it's fine. I was just shocked it arrived in the first place. I left a negative review like a loser. Oh, okay. I think we can still catch this one. Bring Jigglypuff back out. And we will sing it a song. I don't have the original model of Game Boy Advance, but I have an SP. David says he had an original Advance, and then he did obviously have the SP. All the cool kids had the SP. It folded shut, and you know, you didn't need to buy a worm light because it wasn't backlit. The original Game Boy Advance SP, people might not remember this. It wasn't actually backlit. It was side lit. So the frame around it had the lights coming in from the side. Not as bright as a backlit screen. They would do a silent, quiet revision of the SP. Came in different colors than the original SP's colors. That's an easy way to tell. If yours is pink, for instance, you know, then you have an actual true backlit Game Boy Advance SP. That's a little bit brighter. So I want one of those as well. But people also buy these machines and then mod them to like put in fancy backlit, you know, screens and whatnot. That's cool. I have on the shelf. No, it's out of frame. I have a Neo Geo Pocket Color that I love. Yeah, there we go. Backlit, side lit, we always lit. It's true. And you can be lit too with a subscription to S-Rank. Do it now. Make your mother proud. If she's already proud of you, make her right. If she's not proud of you, screw her. Do it anyway. Alright, I want to check the PC here. And just see, do I have 2-letter T unknowns in here? Was I stupid? No, I don't. See, this is the first one I caught. He's level 20 because I actually used him. And his hidden power is Ice type. It was very useful against that first gym of Flying type Pokemon. To stay underneath the level cap. I don't have a Game Boy Micro either. That was a model of Game Boy Advance that was very tiny. That they kind of had, like, ready in case the DS failed, because they weren't super confident on the DS. Which is why the DS could play Game Boy Advance games. Because they were like, they use that as a failsafe of like, well, if the DS concept fails and no one's buying DS games, at least this is a fancy Game Boy. You know, Game Boy Advance. The DS could not play Game Boy or Game Boy Color games. And I always hated that. It just played Game Boy Advance games in that cartridge slot. I thought it was stupid because, you know, the cartridges fit. They use the same pin set on purpose, so that they're backwards compatible. Okay. Letter F. We're looking for UVW. That's what we want. The letter I. One thing I always hated, and I don't know when this would have changed, if it ever changed, but if you go in the Pokédex here, and you scroll all the way down to Unown, it always shows the first unknown you saw. So I first saw on this save file the letter B. I hate that. Show the letter A. Once I find and see or catch the letter A, you know, I get it. Gotta see it first. Show the letter A. Don't have a Game Boy printer connected. I guess it's printer error 2. Not having it even connected in the first place should be the first error. But like, check out this low song playing. Yeah, they let you print to the Game Boy printer from the Pokédex. Which is funny. Here we go. I believe this is you? Or is this V? Woke up. Please don't do a lot of damage. Good. Not very effective. Maybe it's bug type. Or psychic type. Hidden powers strength, like actual base power for the attack itself, and the type of attack it is based off of the Pokemon's IV stats that it has. Which is neat. Because that figure, you know, those numbers aren't ever front-facing to the player. It really does feel not random, because it's going to be the same every time for that Pokemon using it, but, you know, you catch a bunch of these things and they're all going to be different. Or, you know, you can find hidden power as a TM to teach to one Pokemon, and what's it going to be? Oh, nice, it was good. Good type coverage I needed, etc. I'm gonna assume this is the letter U. Might be V. We're gonna catch all three, so not gonna matter that much. Okay, got 14 of these guys. Over halfway. Who knows, maybe we'll bump into a shiny Unown. Oops. We are not fighting this one. We already have this one. Okay, I already have this one. Letter T. We just got this one. It is still pretty cold outside here. New York. City of Dreams. I don't live in New York City. -14 is colder. Yeah, I don't know exactly what temperature it is. Wind chill obviously makes everything colder, even still. Already have the letter J, but I did not have a desire or need to leave home this weekend. My car is... I'm gonna have to brush the snow off my car tonight. I don't have to do it in the morning tomorrow before I go to work. That's always the worst. Having to wake up early, like early. I get up at 5. And then having to get snow off the car. Yep, it's all fun. This is S. I already have this. See, this is the real cool S. You know, everyone's drawing in their stupid notebook in school as a kid. The quote-unquote cool S. This is the cool S. This is the cool S. You know what I mean? This is the cool S. Devin, you see swastikas and everything. It's literally missing what would be 2 arms of that. Huge disagree. Oh god. Ted now just put the image in my head. Someone absolutely 100% has done unknown fan art of it being a swastika. Jeez. I'm not Googling that for what it's worth, but man. And now we're just gonna see this one over and over again. Yeah, you know, if it looks like it if you take 2 of them and you turn one of them and then you like you think real hard. I don't know. I mean, like, yes, I see what you're saying, but I also think if you're out there seeing swastikas and everything, I mean, like, oh, if the top one of the things turns to the left, is that a swastika too? Like, you can't live your life like that. I never watched 2.5 Men. Never watched that show. I thought it was... I could tell as a child looking at it, like, oh, this is like... Wouldn't have said cringe back then, but like... embarrassing. Like, these are losers on television. One of them is a child. This is only gonna get more and more like this the more unknowns we catch. Because right now, the only ones I don't have that are active in order to find are V or U, whatever. Oh, this is W right here. So this one, which we gotta catch, and like U or whatever, or V. I marked that other one that we caught down as V, because I think I remember what U is supposed to look like. See, this one looks a little bit whimsical. You know what I mean? Because it isn't just like the straight thing sticking out, you know? It looks like it has a little bit of fun. Seeing these guys in Pokemon Stadium 2, by the way, like, those things do flop around. It's a little weird. I have that game in the corner right there. That's my copy of Pokemon Stadium 2. That is a special gold and silver cartridge. They didn't print it in other ways. That is what it was. The front half of the cartridge is similar to the gold coloration on the Pokemon Gold, and the back is the silver coloration from Pokemon Silver's cartridge. So that will be a game I get retro achievements in at some point. I have to actually finish Pokemon Stadium 1 first. And I want to do the Japanese Pokemon Stadium game that we never got, which is the actual Pokemon Stadium 1. The Pokemon Stadium 1 that we have is Japan's Pokemon Stadium 2, and our Pokemon Stadium 2 is Japan's Pokemon Stadium GS for gold and silver. The more you know. Okay, super effective on bug and grass, so that's what, fire or ice? If this misses, then Paris will die and I'll have to come back. There we go. And also you can see in that corner, sitting above Pokemon Stadium 2, up there, Devin, that is that Dragon Quest II Famicom cartridge you got me when you were in Japan. It's still inside the little plastic sealed bag thing, because I don't have a Famicom to play it on. And I like that packaging for it, you know. And yeah, Dragon Quest II is one, because I have the retro achievements in Dragon Quest I for the NES, the North American version called Dragon Warrior over here. And I have the all the retro achievements in the version of Dragon Quest I that they put on the MSX1. There's also a different version of Dragon Quest I that they put on the MSX2, slightly better looking, because that machine was a little bit more capable. I still have to get the retro achievements in Dragon Quest I on the MSX2, and it's going to have to be a stream like this, because you have to do it in one sitting. There are achievements that are like, beat the game without dying, beat the game without resting at an inn, and beat the game without something else, all in one session. So either leave the game running on the computer the entire time, or we make a thing out of it. So that's what's preventing me from doing that. But I gotta get to Dragon Quest 2 at some point. That game's longer. Dragon Quest 1 is very, very simple, straightforward, and short, and I love it like that. But I've never played Dragon Quest 2, so... There's also 3 characters in that game, as opposed to just the one guy you play as, the first one. Hey, you have Dino Crisis 1 and 2, right? But I know you have the Japanese one, I think that's what you're referring to. And I still have, it's not over here, but somewhere over there is that Sega Bass Fishing Japanese disc, which is called Get Bass. Which I don't know if you could buy that game without the fishing controller. Because I believe the version that you got me, it does have the not for resale style thing on it because it is supposed to be a part of, it's supposed to be like basically in a cardboard box that also has the fishing rod controller, I believe. But you can play that game without the fishing rod controller. You can just use a regular Dreamcast controller. So I'm sure in the West here they sold, I don't remember, did they sell Sega Bass Fishing without the controller here? Optionally? Oh. It's Devin's favorite Pokemon. The letter U, or V. I didn't mark down that I got W. We also should save. How long have we been going? 2 hours, holy fuck. This has been going by really quickly. I also have another, I had another stream planned tonight. For more Fairchild Channel F stuff. That's still on the table. But we'll see how long this goes, because I do want to get all the Unown... I mean, it's in 5 hours from now. There's going to be time. But I do want to get all the Unown in one stream, because again, if this retro achievement is broken for me, like it is for some other people, and I get all 26 and I don't get the retro achievement, I have proof I did it. And I can get it manually unlocked by moderators on the site. Well, I will say the pop-ups in the bottom right corner that are saying every time we catch a new Unown type, there's a little like update in the bottom right corner, not of the Game Boy screen, because this is being pillar boxed on my monitor, and obviously I have it formatted to fit the Game Boy screen here in OBS. But the bottom right corner is always having a status like it said 14 out of 15 or 14 out of 26. You know what I mean? When we got that one, etc. Ugh. I also thought it was cool that, like, you come back to this place later in the game once you learn Surf, and then once again later when you get, like, Strength, because, like, in order to get to the other places in the ruins of Elf, you need to go through Union Cave, and like then you pop out like, oh, I'm over here. That's cool. I really liked the cave designs in this game, the layouts and whatnot. I thought were nice, not stupidly complicated, you know, but like clever enough where it's like, cool. This is not just straightforward. All right, come on, come on, come on. No. Nope, that's the letter T. I actually didn't like this area as a kid. I thought the music was too creepy for the visuals. They play this music in other caves, but like the visuals of here were like I can show the map. Where am I? Like this is what we're dealing with, right? So we're standing like here right now. But like you open up one of the things here, like we just did this one, and then when you first enter in here at the beginning of the game, like you can only get into the side this one, and this is the main. This leads to that ladder there. But you do the puzzles, right? We did this puzzle and this one here, and we fell like down here, and so like that happens as you're playing. And as a kid, like, just this felt like it went on forever. But as a kid, I also thought that what unknown letters were found and depended on which, like, area you were in here. And that's not how Pokemon works at all. You're in this room. This is the encounters, just in general. Like, it's not on a tile-by-tile base. It's not in like zones. But as a kid, like I didn't know that, so like, but this felt like it was so much bigger, and then this music is droning on and on. You know what I mean? And you go crazy. And as a kid, I did not like going crazy. I enjoyed going sicko mode, but I did not like going crazy. I know, hard to believe. That's true. I gotta use the restroom. We are going to run away from this fight, and I'm gonna send this to standby, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I swear to God. Also subscribe. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back to the stream. We're getting all of the letters of Unown in this video game for a retro achievement. Excuse me. I also talked myself out of buying a Game Boy Pocket with a copy of Pokemon Red. Because I really want Pokemon Red and Yellow and Silver. Because I didn't own those. I did own Silver. Do not have Silver. But I did own Silver. Also got to rebuy a Japanese copy of Green. I've never owned a Japanese copy of Yellow. Alright, where is this? Let's save, but then, where is this elusive, hey, almost 64 hours into this video game. Granted, I've left it, you know, just kind of on, idling. Where is this elusive letter U? Man. It's a replica of an ancient Pokemon. Always wondered what this is supposed to be. What that Pokemon's supposed to be, you know? Because they would reuse that statue idea, and it's what more or less, when a Pokemon uses the move Substitute, and it leaves that like stuffed animal or whatever behind. It looks like that thing, but like a cute version. I just wonder if they were planning on like actually using that design for something. You know what I mean? What? Brazilian YouTuber, what are we talking about here? Davy Jones with an H in it is pretty good, though. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I have the retro achievements, all of them in blue, and I'm working on yellow. Or not yellow, this is gold. I'm working on gold. Slowly but surely. Trying to catch alphabet soup. And then grinding in this game isn't all that fun to get up close enough to the level caps. But then looking at the list for the Kanto ones, they're not that much farther away than where I am. Wait, this human being is the Brazilian version of the idea of pirating software? I'm still a little confused. Sorry. maybe it's still too early for me at 1:30 p.m. Gotcha. I'm not into that scene, so I don't recognize those names. Alright, we're looking for one letter in particular. I mean, I guess I could move on and unlock the next groups. Guess what's the real difference? Let's try 3 more random encounters, and then we'll move on. Wow, okay, and this is the one I need. I think this one is the letter U. I think the other one I got is supposed to be V. Because I don't know what else this would be other than the letter U. Okay. It's a little strong. The others were doing, what, 1 point of damage? Oh no, that was on Paris. Jigglypuff might be weaker. In terms of stats. That's right. If you weren't involved in the development of the hit video game Dino Crisis for the PlayStation 1, that I'm just not familiar. Damn, that's real sad. Okay. So here's the deal. Paris was able to damage this thing without killing it, and Jigglypuff, at least the one time I did it, one-shotted an unknown. So I'm not going to use Pound. I guess, man, am I going to start to use Ultra Balls to catch this one? They're so expensive. Go back to sleep. Open up the catch calculator again. Let's see here. Let's get this to sleep first. Jesus. Yeah, I ain't doing a Nuzlocke run. I always go Cyndaquil. What I did as a kid. It is... Typhlosion is the coolest of the 3. In Johto, for sure. I will respect people who pick Chikorita. And I think picking Totodile to get for Alligator, I think you're a poser. Alright, so let's get this back open over here. It's not going to be at 5%. It's going to be at 100. And it is asleep. And an Ultra Ball, 37%. Not the best. Not the best. It's like a 6% difference or whatever between Pokeball and Ultra Ball right now, so well, let's just do the Ultra Ball. I have a lot of them. Whatever, they're just expensive. This will feel like a waste as soon as it pops open. It sure did. It sure did. Ooh. Retirement's getting pushed farther away here. Just throwing money away. Like hurling a brick of gold at this Pokemon. There we go. Conscious has eased a little bit. 16 of 26 of these dudes. No, I do not want to name him. Alright, copy. Boom. There we go. Alright. Well, perfect. Let's, go and fly back to town. Heal up, go in the cave, unlock the next area. Cyndaquil's a good Pokemon. Although, like, I don't think the starter Pokemon tend to... Whatever, this is my very subjective opinion here, obviously. That goes without saying when someone says, I think. But the starter designs, I think, are all good in the first 3 generations. Generation 4, it's kind of... Generation 5, I like Snivy, the grass type, and Superior, which evolves into. I think the other 2 are lame, the fire and water one. And X and Y, well, I do think overall, quality over quantity in terms of the Pokemon designs is the opposite of Generation 5, as I said before on the stream. Did I pick this one already? Obviously, everyone loves Greninja, and that is the best of the three. But, I mean, could do a little bit better, right? Sun and Moon, I don't think I really liked any of them. Sword and Shield, I don't think I liked any of them. But they're okay. Turtwig. I should not have Jigglypuff in the first slot here. You know what? Remoraid needs some training. I love Remoraid. It's a freaking revolver. The thing is literally meant to look like a gun. I love it. And it knows Psybeam at level 22. And Aurora Beam at 22. And Bubble Beam, which I replaced, but at 22. And then Lock On, which is mostly useless because most of his moves have 100% accuracy. Just a cool Pokemon. And the beta design for Octillery, which Remoraid evolves into, looked a little bit more like a dude in a tank, in the sense that its head kind of looked like it had a helmet, and its tentacles were curled up more to look like it was tank treads. Let me open up the map here for Union Cave, because I do not remember at all which way to go. I think I want to go north here. Oh, today's Sunday? Yeah, we can't catch the Lapras today. We can catch Lapras on Fridays. Yeah, I think we will go up the thing here, then go down. Yeah. Okay. And, I have strength in the team. I gotta just use a Super Repel. I have one of those. It's a great sprite right there. Zubat's a good Pokemon. Let's just run. I wouldn't be against that, Devin. Here's the thing, Devin. As time goes on, and the more of these games they make, and the audience grows and grows, the more people exist that are fans of Pokemon that don't care about the games that you and I grew up with. I remember seeing this in high school. When like the 3DS had just come out in 2011, the number of children who grew up with the DS era Pokemon games, Generation 4, having what's the word? Animosity and hatred for Gen 1 fans. Oh, they're so obnoxious. All the ones that matter are Gen 1 to them. And it's true, because those are the best designs. Whatever. Not the end of the world. And as time goes on, you see like different waves, or like there are people that grew up with Sun and Moon who are like, those are the best ones, and I'm like, are you high? What? Those are one of the worst ones, but okay. But hey, it's what you grew up with, so like, duh. Of course it's awesome. That's the nostalgia doing things for you, baby. So I think doing that draft is gonna be like, yeah, you ain't seeing Mr. Mime again. Objectively, one of the best Pokemon ever. Y'all saw Marcel the Mr. Mime sweep me in the Pokemon Elite Four in blue for that retro achievement. You know what I mean? Alright, this is going to be a battle here. But I do agree, generally, there's over 1,000 Pokemon right now. Not all of them are bangers. Mr. Mime is creepy? No. I mean, yes, but also no. They gave him an evolution in Sword and Shield, because there is an ice version of Mr. Mime in Sword and Shield. The Galarian Mr. Mime, the regional form, he's ice type. and he evolves into Mr. Rhyme, and he's got a little cane and a top hat, and he dances, I think. I assume he dances. It looks like he would dance vaudevillian-esque. Yeah. Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So wait, on Retro Achievements, does Sonic 3 have its own achievements, Sonic and Knuckles have its own achievements, and Sonic 3 and Knuckles have its own set? Is that how that works there? I haven't done any of the Sonic games on Retro Achievements. I'm kind of really only wanting to do Retro Achievements for games that I cannot get actual PlayStation trophies for. If that makes sense. Like, there's part of me that's like, oh man, I could do Final Fantasy 7 on... Like, no, I have the Platinum in that game on the PS4 somewhat port there. I don't need to reuse my time like that. Mr. Mime is cool. Jinx is weird. But Jinx is based off a yokai. One of those Japanese, like a cryptid, whatever. That's such a reductive way. It's not the same type of thing, but it's supposed to be like the ice woman in the snow. You're lost in the snowy mountains. You're like, and like the mirage of this woman in the distance, like that is what Jinx is supposed to represent. And the like joke flip that Pokemon does is they attach that with the like the trend of, I don't know if this is still a trend now or if this was just in the 90s, but the trend of that high school girls would go through where they would get tans and then dye their hair blonde. And like that is the flip of like, oh, it's not an ancient, mysticism, Japanese, beautiful snow woman. It's like a modern chic, a strange fashion choice idea. But then they also fell into the accidental racism of black skin. So that's why I don't remember if this version of Gold that I'm playing is this revision A or is this the 1.0? Because I know in Yellow, which you could play in color obviously, and in this initially Jinx was black. Same thing in Pokemon Stadium. But then the revisions, like she's purple in this one if I look at the Pokédex. But let's see. I'm trying to catch up on chat while also looking through. Alright, like purple here. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, as a kid, my favorite Pokemon were always, like, the coolest, most badass, like, ones. And I love Blaziken, right? It's still my favorite starter overall, like, full evolution. I love Rayquaza. I don't care that Pokemon's trying to retroactively say it's pronounced Rayquaza. That's stupid. It's Rayquaza, just because that's how I said it as a kid, whatever. Like, that stuff... The badass Pokemon, yeah, it's cool. My favorite's Magikarp now. I love Magikarp. I love Porygon. I love Slowpoke. I love Psyduck. They're cooler. Like, whatever. Those are the Pokemon I would actually like to have, like, represented in stuff I own. You know what I mean? Like, if I had a Psyduck, button-up shirt, that would look so much better than a Rayquaza button-up shirt in terms of, like, I don't know, not looking like a douchey edgelord, you know what I mean? God, it reminds me of the person who posted their it was like years ago at this point, a few years ago, their Tinder chat message with some girl that they matched with. And she asked what his favorite Pokemon was, and he's way too in the weeds on Pokemon, and his favorite is, I love Blastflon because he can learn this because of his typing and blah, 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 and it's like the Ultra Beast from Sun and Moon that's like an exploding fireworks magician thing that looks that looks more like it diddles kids than Mr. Mime does. Maybe not as much. Mr. Mime has a face. When, like, no, this other person probably is more casual that you're talking to, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I like Ekans. You know, like that type of thing. Geodude, fantastic Pokemon. A portmanteau of a Geode, and he's a dude. You know what I mean? Oh, Devin, I'm down for that stream idea. Here's the thing. You and Dave, like, I did not play Scarlet and Violet, so there are the newest set of Pokemon that I'm not aware of. Fully. I've looked at the list on Cerebi.net, but I haven't done them. But even then, like, I know you guys don't even know the Sword and Shield ones. And even then, there's like all the DS ones and 3DS ones that you're not as familiar with, so I can see that stream leading to a situation where, like, I'm advocating for a Pokemon I like that neither of you know about, and you're like, no, it sucks. So I'm down for that idea, but I can see it going one way, you know what I mean, just because of lack of knowledge. Oh, your Pokemon water bottle broke. That's the one you had all the stickers on, right? That sucks. Yeah, I love Remoraid. He's a gun! He's literally a revolver. A revolver fish. Look at him. He's got bullet chambers. First 3 generations only. Hey, you know what? We gotta get back to our Pokemon run, ROM hack, Nuzlocke run, Devin. It will have been a year since we last streamed that. We gotta do that. At some point this year, we gotta bring that back. But you know what? If we do keep it to only 3 generations, I could make a separate ROM hack where the only Pokemon in the game are the 50 we choose. Right? That'd be interesting. Hello in chat there. I only speak English, so I guess for just now, I will paste this into Google Translate. But other than that, I'm not going to be able to keep up with everything that you are saying. My apologies. You have always been the best, better than everyone else. You probably have. I agree. Okay. Geodude is dead. Ooh, what level does Remoraid evolve into Octillery? Chop. Hey, guess what? We know Psybeam. Which is crazy. I love this Pokemon. He's a gun! 25! Oh, he's evolving now. Let's watch him evolve. And thank you for whoever just subscribed. I appreciate it. We're always looking for more subscribers. Oh. Will... I know the answer is yes, but will he evolve dead? Let's get Miltank out here. Another Pokemon I love. And I love it only really because Whitney, the 3rd gym leader, uses it and just absolutely curb stomped my ass as a kid because rollout over and over was just too much for me. Leonard. Wahahaha. You're a feisty one. Maybe you shouldn't be calling this child a feisty one. Right. Remoraid's evolving into Octillery. Again, Octopus and Artillery. It's a portmanteau. These are great names. Yeah, so you can see... Oh, it just went away. Octazooka. Just to confirm, what type is Octazooka? It is water type. 65 power, 85 accuracy, 10 PP, 50-50 chance to reduce the opponent's accuracy. That's pretty good. Oh, I kind of wish I didn't teach this thing Surf then. Well, you know what? I'm going to get rid of Lock-On. Lock-On and Octazooka would be actually a good tag team here. He can't learn Ice Beam from a TM. That's unfortunate. He'll learn Hyper Beam. Oh, wait, no, he'll learn Ice Beam at level 54. I don't know if I'm getting him that high. And Hyper Beam at 70. Yeah. Oh, and if this was in Pokemon Crystal, the move tutor can teach him Flamethrower. Pretty cool. I kind of don't want to get rid of Lock-On because that's the only... It's, like, unique, you know what I mean? But am I really going to be using... Am I really going to be using a two-turn setup? You know what I mean? All the time. Man, I should not have taught this to homie Surf. Surf's a great move, though. I mean, Surf is 95 power and 100% accuracy. Like, it's a better water type than Octazooka. But Octazooka can lower accuracy, so that's pretty good. Okay. Poor thing died and learned to move. Alright. Let me pull up the map here. Where the heck am I going? No, there's another guy up here. I can buy more revives. Oh wait, he's already... What? Why does he have 20 health? Huh. I guess so then, yeah, if they faint, but then evolve because of that battle, they're given some health back? That's interesting. Aha, snuck past him. Aha, did it again. I do want to fight him, though. It's been a while since I last saw another person. There's another dude in this cave! What the fuck are you talking about? He is... You could walk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 steps, and you'll be standing next to him. What do you mean it's been a while since you last saw another person? Have you just been standing there this entire time? Philip? If that is your real name. Yeah, Octillery in the beta version had more like lines, like kind of segmenting part of his head to make it look more like a helmet. Let's do Octazooka. Wow, it is just like a cannonball. It's funny. And ultimately, I'm still thinking about getting rid of Lock-On. Like, we get to the Elite Four, I'm gonna be popping X accuracies, you know what I mean? We're gonna be doing shit like that. Like, it's... Oh, there we go, our first miss. Urgh. I've been lost for a long time. I don't mind it here, but I am so hungry. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Alright. I'm gonna fight this guy here now, and we can catch a Smeargle and a Natu over here. Natu is a Pokemon I wish you could catch earlier in the game, because I would love to have Xatu as like my flying type Pokemon. I've always had this weird thing as a kid. Maybe you felt the same way. Maybe not. In these games here, you know, you walk in front of the other trainer there and initiates battle, right? Like, oh, he gotcha. I did not like the idea as a kid of them getting me. So if I couldn't avoid them, I would get the jump on them. Be like, ah, you didn't get me, I got you. I always did that. Always did that. Did that back on the Game Boy Color days. Alright. I think this guy has... Oh, Giraffe Rig. Yeah, Octazooka. Oh, it didn't lower... Didn't lower accuracy. 50-50, right? Don't kill Octillery. Level up. And that's right, because that's right. Octillery is holding the experience share. Yeah, what do you have to say for yourself? I like thinking here. Yeah. You don't look like you're doing much thinking, personally. Let's clear off this inventory spot. I'm gonna save here. We are gonna catch a Smeargle and a Xatu. Technically, while not portrayed in this video game, Pokemon Stadium 2, Smeargle has 4 different forms, as in it has different paint splatters on its back. In Pokemon Stadium 2, dependent on its IV stats. It's a great sound effect. Shoot this bitch. I love Natu, it just looks like a smug little bird. Oh, don't kill it! Oh, that's beautiful. 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 You will fit nicely into my little ball. Natu is the little bird Pokemon. Because its wings aren't yet fully grown, it has to hop to get around. It is always staring at something. And I think Smeargle is a low encounter rate. 10%. Oh, I can surf here and catch a Quagsire. I don't have one of those yet. You know, Devin, if you're still here, a version of that stream idea of us drafting Pokemon, what if instead of... We ultimately do end up with 50, okay? We ultimately do end up with 50. But what if we separate out all 9 generations of Pokemon, and, like, do smaller drafts of each of those, like, let's say 20 per generation, and then we take that total, and then we drill that, what? How much is the 180? We drill all that down into 50. That might be interesting. Getting a call. The Hiker Anthony, someone I did not really want to add to my phone again. to get rid of this guy's number. I think it's funny that, you, like, yes, I can call people, but they can't call me if I delete their number. This is not how that works in real life. Come on, artillery. Can't escape. Okay, well, it's gonna escape for us. It wanted to show off. Like, bitch, I can teleport. You're an octopus. Alright. Want to catch Smeargle so we can move on. Here we go. Fantastic Pokemon. Love him. He's got like a little beret kind of thing going on there. Shoot, I don't want to kill him. Let's go to Jigglypuff. Right, it only knows Sketch, and it move only has 1 PP, and it basically copies the moveset of the other Pokemon. Right? Well, I could hit him with Pound. Let's get him a little bit lower. Oh, is the idea that he's here because of the drawings on the wall? That's interesting. Yeah, that's good enough. No, no, no. Get back in the ball. No, no. This is not acceptable, Smeargle. Not going to kill himself soon, but I want him put back to sleep. Technically, that did help our catch rate a little bit. Alright, come on. Get in the Pokeball. That's what I bought these for. The Ultra Ball. That's why it's yellow. There we go. Got him. Smeargle, the painter Pokemon. It is 3 feet 11 inches in height, weighs 128 pounds. A special fluid oozes from the tip of its tail. It paints the fluid everywhere to mark its territory. Cool. Alright. Another one of these tablet puzzle thingies. Hey, did it. I fell. Okay. So, by opening, I'm gonna save. By opening up the northwest one, we've unlocked X, Y, and Z. That's it. So let's walk back and forth here and hope for an X, Y, and a Z. Hey, here's Z. This is Z. Oh. Duh. Right. Like, what the heck? Okay, now we'll move on to Paris. I woke up. Don't die? Okay. Catch rate here is like 80%, so we should be good. Beautiful. 17th unknown form. 9 of them left. I'm gonna go back to town. Heal up. Move Natu and Smeargle out of that PC box. All right. Gotta go to here first. Dump a couple Pokemon off. No, I need Crobat for flying. Well, okay, I guess, Cyndaquil, you can go in there. Now, these two have the eye in the same spot. Freaky. Alright, let's dump these two off in box number 1. All the way back to box 14. Saving every single time we swap. Now, again, I said this last time too. This does open you up to do the duplication glitch. Which I think you can also do the same duplication glitch with trading. I think. Oh, no, we're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Gotta move the box back over to the box I had the Unown in, which can hold 3 more. Okay. Let's bicycle back on over. Get yourselves an X and a Y. Here's Y, nice. It's got the kind of same feet looking thing as the F version had. Okay. All right, let's catch him. There we go. That was Y. When we get close, I'm just thinking about this now. When we get close to getting the, oh my god, and then there's X, that's awesome. When we get close to getting like the last couple unknowns, I'm going to move the game layer above, like to the forefront, in front of the Game Boy Color kind of frame there, so that we can see the counters in the corner. Again, if I need to use this as proof later, that information's important. Ah, woke up. Damn. This one's strong. I have to swap back over to Jigglypuff. He'll kill it. This one might have high IVs. Did twice as much to Jigglypuff as another previous one did. Seriously? Oh. We moving back, we moving back. Just thinking about like the way this game handles sprites. Every Pokemon has 3 colors to it. Black, 2 colors of their choice for the entire thing, and then white is a 4th color, but it's a cutaway. It's the background actually showing forward. That's how they get away with 4 colors on the thing there. And this is like, yeah, because black is the primary color, they're using the 2 actual colors, which are both different shades of green here, to kind of help show the roundedness. Interesting. Is this one of the Pokemon that gets recolored? I know it stays black, but does it end up having those actual, like, quote-unquote secondary colors change? Let's see here. Yeah, it does in Crystal. Crystal changes the green to grays. Okay. Makes more sense. Please don't wake up. Thank you. Good, 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 good. But now I can catch him. Interesting here. So I'm looking over on YouTube Studio, where I can see both playing back to me, streamed back to me, the stream as it is normally, as well as that vertical orientation that's used for folks that are watching on their phones in the Shorts feed. If you don't want to see it cropped and cut off like that, you can go to the actual channel itself in the YouTube app. It's right there, same phone. Subscribe while you're there, please. Excuse me. And it's weird how like the Shorts feed one is like several seconds behind. I mean, it's like still running smoothly, but like they're being streamed to me smoothly. You gotta go back to the freaking thing now. That's interesting. Okay. Right, that was X. We are actually moving on to the last, cave section thing again. Because that one, we did only opened up three forms, and we got them in reverse order, ZYX. Ugh. Thinking about the guy in the cave here. He's like, I haven't seen a single person. As we're about to walk by this guy for the second time. On our way to walk by the other guy for the second time. 12 steps apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Geodude. At the very least, I'm very glad that they don't do the nonsense where you have to reapply strength between battles. You know what I mean? Even in Gen 1, it wasn't like that. They knew, you know what I mean? Careful, you jump down there and you won't be able to get over here. Okay. The heck is this one? Oh, it's this. I just noticed the black goes away on the edges. I mean, I'm sure it was always like that, but... That's not this. This one is certainly harder than the others. But I'm also not doing it the way you would normally, where you throw the corners in and then try to figure out the sides, you know what I mean? Okay, this opens up LMNOPQR. QR. LMNOPQR. 7 of these. The final 7. See, to me as a kid, this always was like just the ultimate daunting task. Catching all of these, but like I never did it in one go like this. It was always in stops and starts, and so then you forget what you did, but once you have, you know what I mean? Here's N. Right, I forgot Octillery's still in the first place. Oops. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Okay. Oh. It always feels like I'm doing more damage than normal and might accidentally kill it. There we go. Alright. 20 out of 26. Now Bill's calling me, telling me I filled up my computer box. So glad that they've improved on this idea with the Game Boy Advance Pokemon games. Generation 3. Alright. Oh, geez, I came over here to move the Pokemon box. Not really to heal. Okay, box 11. Now, will I organize all these unknowns into the alphabetical order? Hell no. Hell no. Like, it might be interesting to try to catch one that has its hidden power type be dragon. I guess the easiest way to well, I was gonna say the easiest way to do that would be to take Dratini, because I have a Dratini, in there and have them attack it. You know what I mean? If it's super effective, it's either ice or dragon. And if it's super effective, you just catch it. Right? Hey, the letter O. I always loved this one just because of how simple, you know what I mean, it is. Forgot to mark down that I got N earlier. Get N or get out, as Nintendo used to say. Ooh. Almost died there. Alright, let's catch this jabroni. Okay, 21 out of 26. 5 more to go. Oh, 3.5 hours on the stream? Insane. It feels like the stream just started. That's how long this is taking. Just a 1-to-1 correlation. Granted, it had a lot of false starts at the beginning there. But, wow. Okay, this is Q. Looks like a little key, which I think is cute. I'm waiting for one of these to be super effective on Jigglypuff. Then I would know for a fact it's fighting type hidden power. Alright. Oh, that's not a good sound to hear. Oof. Oh, okay. I can take 7 more points of damage. Ugh. Or... yeah. Weird. Weird thing we got going on. Alright, I'll swap back over, put it to sleep, throw the Pokeball. Everyone said the QAnon stuff was weird. I guess even back in 2000 we knew this. Okay. I bought more Pokeballs than I needed. There we go. 22 out of 26. Why not? Take a lemonade. It's a huge waste, but whatever. Keep forgetting to mark in the spreadsheet the ones I got. We got N, which I already marked, but we got O and Q. We're looking for L, M, P, and R. I think it'd be pretty funny if L was the last one. You know, we got an L, but it was actually a W. Because we got it, you know, get it? You get it. You understand. You're sophisticated enough to understand. And you appreciate the joke. The refined taste you have. It's what drew you to this channel. Like and subscribe. I always thought these walls were like glossy because of the way that they're kind of very, very simplistically shown. We already have the letter C. You know what I mean? Like, there is no texture at all to these walls. To the black walls and like the end caps. I think of like department store. Like there's a glass case sitting on top of that with jewelry in it. All right. Letter O. That's right. The movie depicted the unknown as like symbols like sliding and shifting in the air, like stiffly. Well, like they would move in a fluid way, but like they themselves were stiff. But then Pokemon Stadium, they're like flopping around and dancing, over animated. Or I should say Pokemon Stadium 2. Yeah, they had to make animations for all 26 of these. Nope, already got this one. Oh, here's L. Well, the irony won't come true. Unless this thing, like, kills me. Ugh. Okay, at least it isn't, like, killing me. And it's fast. Hey, it's not a speed. Actually, it is a speed. Alright, let's catch this jabroni. There we go. Okay, got L. So M, P, R. M as in Mary, E as in Pikachu, R as in Rapidash. Mary, Pikachu, Rapidash, the 3 Pokemon. You know what? Yeah, here's P. I'm moving this to the front layer now. Well, in front of the Game Boy Color. You can see in the bottom right corner after we catch this one, the number should jump to 24 out of 26 after we catch the letter P here. This one's heartier than the other ones. This one's P is pretty hardy. Uh-oh. Is it also strong? Yes. Yes, it is. Let's swap over to Jigglypuff, put him to sleep. Come on, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. There we go. And watch, bottom right corner of Game Boy screen there. Oh, it's still cut off? What? Oh my god. Alright, well you saw something there. Well, you'll see it for the next ones. Let's go ahead and save to... So that was P. We need M and R. This is cool. I don't think I've ever gotten all of them. Maybe I did once, but it certainly wasn't like in one concerted effort. You know what I mean? One like, yes. Mm-mm. Nope. We need M and R. We already have this one. Nope, I already have this one. Devin's favorite form. Loves this one. We just got this one. We don't need this one. Oh, I was like, oh, new. Right, it is newer, but we got this one already. No, no, close, close. Yeah, this one's just weird. How is this the letter G? You know? Ugh. Lean back time. I need to lean back. And also stretch my legs under the table here. No, that's the letter I. I need M and R. The letters M and the letters R. And captions stopped working. That's weird. Oh wait, I'm using sing. My bad, I meant to run away. Hey, here's the letter R. Okay. It's kind of like the letter P, except that the one thingy is moved. Oh. Forgot about this. High defense. Good, stay asleep. Okay, 25 and 26, you saw that pop up. One more, the letter M. The letter M for Mary. Last one I need. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. No. I don't even remember what this one looks like. Like, what does this one look like? Alright, getting a little sleepy. Not this one. No, I know this is Devin's favorite one, but not the one I need. Nope, nope, it's the same one. I already got that one. It's close, though. Close to the one I want. Ugh. Come on, come on. No, 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 no. Almost there. Just literally one more of these to get. I guess the letter M one looks like the thing on the wall right below me. That's what it looks like. Okay. I don't remember. Come on. Ugh. Letter M, letter M, letter M. Nope, that's the letter R again. Just got that one. Oh, sir. On one more. Give me the one I need. Please, I beg you. Letter M, letter M, letter M, letter M, letter M. Come on, come on, come on. Letter M, letter M, letter M. Come on. Another similarly probably as long a stream at some point. I guess I could do it soon. Is trying to coax Raiko Entei and Suicune to being caught. I would have to I could mean look, right? Get them to keep them from running away. And then hypnosis. Right? So I would need to have a Pokemon that is close to their level so that it's above the other wild Pokemon's level. And the one route I'm going to use, which is just to the west of Mahogany Town. A slightly easier spot because of the way the intersections work. And then if you use repels, Pokemon at a lower level than the front Pokemon in your party will never appear. Therefore, you'll only get an encounter with the guys, right? So then you'd have to use Mean Look so that they don't immediately run away. Yeah, he'd have to be a high enough level because he'd have to be fast enough. Haunter would be fast. Come on! I'm sitting here wanting to get up and stretch and walk around and not take a nap right now because I'm getting sleepy. But I need this done. Letter Z. Come on, please. Gotta channel the Game Boy Color. Gotta hold it in front of me. And channel it. And channel. Is this it? No. It's E though. That's like it's my name. Starts with that letter. Letter P. Not the letter I want. I should open this up and clean it out. I knew this was going to be the case. I mean, obviously, assuming that these are all equally weighted in terms of random encounter, which I assume that they are, it's a 1 out of 26 chance. Percentage-wise, I don't know, what's that? A little bit less than 4% for one. Somewhere between 3 and 4%. Gotta stay vigilant. Vigilant? Stay vigilant. Please, the letter M. This one looks like it at a glance. Nope, 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 run away. Man. About to pass the 4-hour mark on the stream. I was really hoping, can I get all these before 4 hours on the stream? Have 50 seconds. 50 seconds, come on. Oh. "30 seconds. Oh, man, I saw it was weird, so I don't know. My brain was like, yes, but no. Ugh, this letter H one pops up a lot now, and it looks similar to the letter M, so I'm always like, yes? But alas, it is not. Just one more. Ugh. Uh-huh. It's been a while since we saw the letter A. Please. I just need one more. Just one. And I gotta pee. Alright, come on, come on, come on. No! It's close. Well, sort of. Not really. I mean, relatively, I guess. Alright, I need some good luck. I need some good luck. Let's circle the ladder here. Oh, it's a Q. Second time seeing this one. Looks like a key or a magnifying glass with a little notch. Ugh. Same one again. What are the odds? Actually, yeah, what are the odds? You know, again, 1 out of 26. That's like somewhere between 3 and 4%. Right? And then do that twice in a row. Get the same one twice in a row. It's the letter O. Oh my god, give me the letter N. Done. I'm like almost half tempted to Google something. But I know it's a flat rate. I know there's nothing weird. It's not like they're like, yeah, the last one you go talk to this guy first and then it'll appear. Like, it's nothing like that either. Oh, yeah, I'm curious. I haven't looked at this in a while. Weird that they didn't space it out to make 26. You know what I mean? Interesting. Reserve. No, pressure. No, reassure. This one is perform. Laugh. Quicken. Observe. Nuzzle? They didn't want to pick a word that starts with the letter X? XXXXX. Yield. Zoom. Uno? No. Undo? What? Want. Vanish. Tell. Search. Join. Bear. Bear. Well, I guess you could bear something, you know. Engage. Angry. Help. Give. Increase. Oh, these are all verbs, I just realized. Case. Direct. Find. Keep. They're all verbs. Oh, angry isn't a verb. Never mind. They're not. Maybe they're not all verbs. Maybe they're not all verbs. Please. The letter M. I go insane. Letter M. Letter M. Not A, the letter M. That's what I need. The unknown with the form of M. That's what I need. Letter R. I knew it was going to come down like this. This could easily take an hour. Ugh. Right? This could easily take an hour. Trying to find the one last missing one. Because again, I'm rolling a 26-sided die here. I think. You know what? I'm gonna Google this. Pokemon Gold Unknown Tips. There are no tips, obviously, because it is just a pure, solid encounter rate. I'm gonna go mad. Come on, come on. Just the one more. Right? Just the one more. The letter M. I kept saying M as in Mary as a joke. Mareep. Sure, there's a Pokemon. I need this last one. Give me the retro achievement. That's the letter V, by the way. It is that we've confirmed that by reading the unknown report in the Pokédex. That is supposed to be the letter V. I don't understand it at all. Like, what's the letter V look in cursive? Like, would it have a top loop part to it? You know what I mean? come on, come on. No. That's the letter O. I want the letter M. As in Mareep. Ugh. Every time I'm always gotten. Like, oh, it's it? No, it's not. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Because obviously they all look similar, so I'm seeing just general elements of them and just associating it with the thing that I want. I cannot associate things with the thing that I want because reasons, I guess. I don't know. Give me the letter M. That's a letter O. It looks so similar. It looks so similar. Oh, fuck. I'm tired. Go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Letter M. If I head over here, maybe? Maybe it's shy, needs to be in the corner? Whatever. Doesn't matter, but let's start walking around down here. Ugh. This is close. That's not the one I want. No. If you have the letter M hiding away, please let me know. I just need to throw a Pokeball at it. I just need it. I just need it. Oh. You know what? We're re-entering. Maybe this will help. Maybe. No, it didn't. Well, I don't know. It's hard to quantify, you know? Maybe this is a long-term thing. Maybe it's not short-term. Nope. Did not mean to do that. Oh, real close. You're its neighbor. You're the neighbor, but you're not the one. I need this one right here. Right on the right. Man. Music still thumping and pumping and working the blood, you know? It's still good. Definitely not going crazy hearing this. Please. Please. Hear my prayer. The letter M. All I need left. All I need left. All I need. All I need. I ain't getting it though. Is this bad karma? Did I do something to deserve this negative karma? M. That's what I need. Not the letter T. I don't need the letter T. I don't want the letter T. No one wants the letter T. Don't ask for the letter T. This letter T out of here. Throw this letter T away. Don't want the letter T. I'm going insane. Started the stream off by talking about collecting Game Boy stuff. And I'm seeing this, this Game Boy Pocket listing with Pokemon Red there and being like, oh, I would love to buy that. It seems like a good price for both of those items. And I'm getting so frustrated with this. Does that make it me more likely to buy the thing or less likely? I mean, I'm not gonna buy it, but I guess if I did buy Red, then I'm committing to getting Red's achievements, right? Because I would dump that ROM. I would use the. You can't see it. It is just to the right here, but my GB operator, which I used to dump this very game off of my actual Pokemon Gold cartridge, would use that. Come on, that's a letter Q. Yeah, the Structure Achievement stuff, and obviously the GB operator, have made me want to start collecting more Game Boy games. Like, I do want to get Dragon Quest 1 or Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 for Game Boy Color. I wonder how much that is. It's probably a lot. 'Cause I don't expect that to have sold super well. That'd be fun. Oh, no Pokemon at all. Okay, here we go. I was like, I am holding a turbo button down. Am I like interrupting something that way? Like, is there something glitchy going on? Do I need to like sacrifice these other unknown? Like kill them all off to make sure they don't return? Thematically, is that what I have to do? Come on. Give me the letter M. Unknown. Letter M. Please. Oh, you know what? Wait, no. Unknown with the W. I'm like, is there like a pun on also noun as well? But I wouldn't say so. The cat is using her scratching post that is as old as she is and needs to be replaced. She's got other scratching things, like a part of cat trees. But that standalone little scratching post there is mostly just ripped up threads at this point. Alright. Please. Please. God real confirmed? That's the one I need. Okay, here we go. Finally. Okay, don't screw this up. Gotta use sing. I run out of PPs here. Okay. Okay. Hey, what's your retro achievements profile? Sure, I'll share that. Whenever I do PlayStation trophy hunting stuff, I always have my PSN on screen. There. Give me a follow if you care. Or if you just want to look. Doesn't bother me. Paris is almost dead, that's fine. Okay, I want him to stay asleep, and I don't want to kill him. Okay, we're on track for 3 hits. Even if he wakes up. If he wakes up, I'm throwing the Pokeball. Oh god, if I crit right now, I'm gonna... Okay. Please. Yes. Oh. All unknown. There we go. Got the achievement. Alright, I can move this behind there. First off, saving. Alright. That's that. That's definitely going to be all it for today. I want to talk to this guy, though. You call all the unknown variations. That's a great achievement. I've set up the printer here for handling unknown. Feel free to use it anytime. So what, do we get to spell things out? Unknown may be printed out. I mean, at least here they are definitively having them in alphabetical order, right? Ugh, why is X not centered? Vacant. Like how it said L and R for left and right on the D-pad, but for a second I'm like, L and R buttons? No one else wants to acknowledge? Alright, let's talk to this guy one more time. Man, yeah, there is no pomp and circumstance, huh? Oh well. I got an achievement for it. That is the pomp and circumstance I need. I don't know, I guess I'll just fly here. Heal up, save. Some more. Then we'll round it out. Very glad I was able to get that. Yeah, there'll probably be another one of these streams, for Pokemon Gold here, retro achievement hunting, next week, or I guess today's Sunday, so this week, maybe, I don't know, maybe. Starting the grind on trying to catch Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. I've tagged Suicune. I've at least seen Suicune. That's something to work for. Have not seen Raikou or Entei, though. Oh yeah, and then tonight, there'll be another stream. This in about 3 hours from now, working more on Fairchild Channel F games for retro achievements. That's gonna be interesting. I'm getting a phone call. Sorry, I gotta go. Hey, the phone's calling. You understand. You understand. So thank you very much for watching. Appreciate all those that tuned in. Whether you chatted or not, I really appreciate it. We had a sub at one point as well. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Alright, take care of yourselves. Appreciate it. Goodbye. For now. Or forever.